Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. And good afternoon, and welcome inside Nobby's Ballpark as we have a beautiful day for a doubleheader here today. The Spartans, who sit in first place in the UAA with a 9-3 conference record, will be hosting NYU, which comes in with a 5-7 UAA record so far in fourth place in the conference, as these two teams will look to meet up. Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. I'm John Schwartz, bringing you play-by-play action of all the games here this weekend. And excited to get going here is, again, the Spartans coming off another nice weekend, a big series win against the University of Chicago that puts the Spartans in the driver's seat now heading into what is the final 2 weekends of the UAA season here. And so we'll certainly see how they could do, but they could put themselves in really strong shape with another series win or a sweep here against NYU, but this is not an easy NYU team to get past, a solid hitting team, so we'll have to see how things go here today. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get you starting lineups for each of the two teams, beginning with New York University. NYU 17-12 overall on the season. Harrison Blue-Wise leading things off and playing center field. Nick Argenziano playing first and batting second, and then Cam Dunn is the third baseman, and he will hit third. Nate Pelota, the DH, hits in the fourth spot. Costa Maklis, the right fielder, hits fifth. Connor Ruggiero, the left fielder, in the sixth spot. C.J. Franchini, the second baseman, batting seventh. Jack Kelman catching and batting eighth, and then Dakota Barbette, the shortstop, in the ninth spot. Jonathan Hyman, the graduate transfer from Valparaiso, will be the pitcher today for NYU. We'll tell you more about him when he takes the hill in the bottom of the inning. For the Spartans defensively today, over at first base, Dane Camphausen. Second baseman is Franco Alonso. The shortstop is Nate Arterburn, and third, Zach Carinci. In the outfield, left fielder is Logan Andreyko. The center fielder is Nick Harms. And over and right is Jay Smith. Catching is Jack Anderson. And on the mound is the first-year southpaw out of Columbus, Ohio, Charlie Griffith, who comes into the game with a 3-1 record and a 4.50 ERA. Through 8 appearances, including 5 starts, he's thrown 32 innings and allowed just 24 hits for a 209 opponent's batting average. He has struck out 30 and walked 18 over his 32 innings of work. Griffith's numbers have been even better as of late and even better as a starter this year. In fact, he comes into this game with the lowest ERA among Spartan starting pitchers this season. That ERA in his 5 starts is 3.91. In his 3 UAA starts, 1-0 with a 2.33 ERA, and looking to keep the good times going here for the Spartans. As a lefty-lefty matchup to start things off, Harrison Blue-Wise, the center fielder, batting at .248 on the year, takes the first pitch for a called strike, and it's an 0-1 count on Blue-Wise. Blue-Wise followed by Argenziano and then Cam Dunn. Griffith from the third base side of the rubber, working from the stretch, breaks a curveball in there for strike 2, and it's quickly an 0-2 count on Blue-Wise. Blue-Wise, no home runs, 16 runs batted in this season. And the curve there, line drive, left field, base hit. So Blue-Wise gets things started with a single into left. Maybe a little bit too good of a pitch there. A little bit too good of a pitch with an 0-2 count, I think, from Griffith there. You probably wanted to waste that one, but after seeing Blue-Wise take a couple, threw him that breaking ball again, and it was a soft liner on a 2-strike pitch into left. So the leadoff man on for NYU, as Griffith delivers a fastball that time, and it's fouled back by the 2-hitter, Nick Argenziano, the graduate student, first baseman, a .299 hitter on the year, 4 home runs, 19 RBIs. It's an NYU team that, as always, they usually can hit the ball pretty well. Pitching throughout the years has been an issue for NYU, although certainly some promising pitchers as well. That one stays outside for a ball. And it's 1-1. That was a slider from Griffith. Again, Griffith has been very solid as a starter for this team, and again, has been paired up with Zach Barnes. I imagine we'll see that again. Ball 2, 2-1. One of the things I think Matt Englander is especially proud of with his pitching staff this year is that he's found a way to effectively pair pitchers together, and you saw it in perfect really perfectly executed against Chicago last week. It was Griffith who was followed in the game by Barnes, and they pitched extremely well. As that one misses outside. Now 3-1 on Argenziano. Now the 3-1 offering from Griffith. Runner goes, the pitch taken for ball 4. And the first two batters have reached against Griffith. So 2 on, nobody out, and that'll bring up Cam Dunn, a .349 hitter on the year, 2 home runs, 19 runs batted in for Dunn. Camphausen cheating in at the corner at first base to guard against a bunt here. As the first pitch to Dunn at the knees for a called strike. And it's an 0-1 count. So NYU a chance to jump out to an early lead here. First two runners are on. The 0-1 from Griffith with nobody out. Look back to second. Now delivers a fastball. Another one at the knees there. 84 miles an hour. And it's an 0-2 count. See if Griffith can catch his breath a little bit here after allowing those first two runners to reach and get a big first out. 0-2, nobody out. NYU at the plate here in the top of the first. And swung on, chopped down the third base side. Carinci has it, steps on the bag for one. The throw to first, not in time. Would have been a tough double play there to turn on a slow chopper and with a good runner and Dunn coming down that line. But Griffith gets the first out of the inning. And now with one away, that will bring up the designated hitter and cleanup hitter, Nate Pelota. Left-handed batter, batting at .320 on the year, 3 home runs. And a team-high 36 runs batted in this season for Pelota. Lefties against Griffith this season. Entering the day, hitting it just .097 as a called strike with the breaking ball. Pardon me, Pelota hitting righty here. Listed as a lefty on the NYU roster, but that obviously not right. The 0-1. Fastball. That one misses inside for a ball. That was one where I think the catcher, Anderson was set up outside. Griffith missed the glove, but did not miss the strike zone. But sometimes when you see the catcher move, the umpire is a little hesitant to call a strike there, and that's what happened. That one missed by a little bit more, and it's now a 2-1 count. Two-one on the way. And that ball hit in the air deep down the line and left. Could be trouble if it's fair, and it is, and it's gone. A 3-run homer by Nate Pelota, his 4th of the season, and NYU has jumped out in top here in the first. It's 3-0 Violets. Pelota just pulled that one down the line. Distance was never a question on that one. It was just a matter of fair or foul, but that one stays in play, and NYU has jumped out to the early lead in this one. So 3-0 Violets as Griffith, an early hole to dig himself out of here. Base is cleared now. We'll see with a reset if Griffith can settle in a bit. He'll face a tough hitter at the plate in Costa Maklis, and starts him off with a called strike. It's 0-1. It's not the start the Spartans were hoping to get off to here today. And for NYU, a dream start to this series. Breaking ball stays outside, 1-1. It is Griffith sliding up into the top spot into the rotation for the weekend. That spot had previously been occupied by Tyler Stilson, but with Stilson pulling double duty, as that one's grounded foul, 1-2, both as the designated hitter and obviously a starting pitcher as well. The Spartans looking to give Stilson a little bit more of a break here. He is expected to pitch later in the series. Now the 1-2 on the way to Moklis. And he went around strike 3. They had a check down in the field with the umpire, Jeffrey Clifford. But Clifford rings them up, and there are 2 gone now. And that'll bring up Connor Ruggiero, the left fielder for NYU, hitting a .402 on the season with a home run and 25 runs batted in. That one stays up high, ball 1, 1-0 the count. Well, Griffith hoping to get out of this inning with no further damage and let his bats go to work in the bottom half of the frame. Fastball for a strike, 83 miles an hour. And it's a 1-1 count on Ruggiero. And can't hold up, and it's 1-2. That was, I believe, a called strike at the plate. Ruggiero turns around and is talking with home plate umpire Dorsey Hager. TrackMan shows that right on the black at the upper portion of the strike zone. 80-mile-an-hour fastball there. So regardless of the swing, that was a strike according to TrackMan. Tough ball hit towards third and through for a base hit. Pardon me, to second and through for a base hit. Just under the glove of Franco Alonso, who has been playing fantastic defense at second base. And there'll be a 2-out base runner for NYU here in the first. And C.J. Franchini will be the batter, hitting at .310 on the year with a home run and 26 runs batted in. A left-hander at the plate. First pitch. There's the curve taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Seventh batter of the inning for the Violets, who lead 3-0 in the first on a 3-run homer by Nate Pelota. Hit hard, first base side, but foul. Another curveball fouled off there. Pardon me, a slider fouled off there, and it's 0-2. See if Griffith can shut the door in the inning. Pair of breaking pitches to start off the at-bat. Here's the 0-2. Another fastball there that stays up high. 1-2. That might be a little bit of a sightline change pitch there from Griffith, who after throwing 2 breaking balls comes with a high fastball. You'd expect a breaking pitch down and out here. Let's see the pickoff attempt first, not in time. Ruggiero, the runner, at first is a stolen base threat. 14 stolen bases on just 16 attempts this season. As the breaking ball just getting a piece of it there is Franchini, and it stays at 1-2. One and two count, 2 away, runner on, 3 across already for the Violets, who take the early lead over Case Western Reserve in this one. 1-2 again from Griffith. And that one swung on, grounded towards second, and that's through for a base hit. It's bobbled out in right field by Smith, and that'll allow the runner to move up. So that'll be a single for Franchini and an error to move the runner to third.
Now batting number 21, Jack Hellman.
And so it's first and third now with 2 away. Well, both those hits, if you're Griffith here, you got to try not to let those worry you too much. Just kind of seeing eye singles that just got under the reach of Alonso on both cases. But now you have to try to buckle down here with Jack Kelman at the plate, who takes a called first strike, 0-1. Griffith about to throw his 30th pitch of the first inning. Kelman hitting at just 136 on the year, 6 of 44 at the plate. This is the guy you have to go after. Pitch in the dirt. Blocked nicely by Anderson as the count goes to 1-1. And Eventful top of the first. Griffith trying to leave it at just the 3 runs across. Here's the 1-1. Nope, throw over to first instead. Franchini back in time. Franchini has stolen just 1 base this season on 1 attempt. But a situation here with first and third and 2 away that you often see teams try to put a play on to try to get that run across. 1-1. Fastball stays high. 2-1. 31 pitches now in the first for Griffith, trying to get out of the trouble here. Fastball low. Count is now 3-1 on Kelman. And again, you want to attack Kelman here. And if you're Kelman right now, you know you're going to get a good pitch to hit in this situation. Here's the 3-1 on the way. Throw down to first, not in time. The Spartans will get the bullpen going early here as Archer Stankowski will get up and begin to throw. Three-one on the way. Fastball grounded over to second. There to get it is Alonso. Flips over to Arterburn covering second. And that will end the inning, but not before 3 runs cross the plate for the Violets on a 3-run homer by cleanup hitter Nate Pelota. And we will move along into the bottom of the first inning with NYU leading 3-0. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order for the Spartans, who enter the game 20-10 on the season, 9-3 in UAA play. It'll be Jack Anderson, the catcher, leading things off, followed by Nick Harms, the center fielder, batting second. Tyler Stilson, the DH today, hitting in the 3 spot, and then Dane Camphausen playing first and hitting cleanup. Franco Alonso playing second base and batting 5th. Jay Smith, the right fielder, in the 6th spot. Logan Andraco playing left field and batting 7th. Zach Carinci, the third baseman, hits 8th. And Nate Arterburn playing short today, and he will bat 9th. Defensively for NYU, over at first base, Nick Argenziano. Second baseman is C.J. Franchini. The shortstop is Dakota Barbette, and the third baseman is Cam Dunn. In the outfield, Connor Ruggiero is in left. Center fielder is Harrison Bluewise, and the right fielder is Costa Moklis. Doing the catching is Jack Kelman, and pitching to him will be the graduate student who came in as a transfer from Valparaiso, Jonathan Hyman, the righty. Hyman, 2-2 on the year with a 4.93 ERA. He started 8 games this year for the Violets and thrown 42 total innings. He's allowed just 41 hits in those innings for a .261 opponent's average. He has struck out 39 and walked 16. Hyman pitching in his home state, originally from Bellbrook, Ohio. Bellbrook High School. That's a suburb of Dayton. So not necessarily from northeastern Ohio, but Ohio nonetheless. Hyman, a 6'1", 205-pound righty. And we'll see what he has to offer here today. He'll start things off against the top of the Spartans order. It'll be Jack Anderson, Nick Harms, and Tyler Stilson due up this inning. Anderson comes in hitting at .331 on the season, coming off a nice weekend at Chicago that included a bases-clearing triple in the final game of the series. The 0-1 now. Swung on, top foul, and it's 0-2. Hyman working quickly here early on. Always good to see in the first game of a doubleheader to get a quick worker on the mound. Sells in here, now gets the signs. The 0-2 on the way from Hyman. And that stays up high, and it's 1-2. Mentioned that Hyman pitched 3 seasons at Valparaiso, appeared in 4 games over his career. Pitched a total of 3 1/3 innings, a 10.80 ERA. That one taken up high. Count even now on Anderson, 2-2. Jack on the season, 4 home runs, 22 runs batted in for Anderson. Program's all-time leader in hits, runs. Takes that inside, 3-2. Jack now in his 6th season of collegiate baseball. He's a second-year law student here at Case Western Reserve. Trying to get on with Nick Harms hitting behind him after falling behind 0-2. Works a full count, the pitch, and he fouled that one off. So that one just got the nub of the bat there, and Anderson will stick around. Count stays full at 3-2 on Jack. Here's the 3-2 from Hyman once again. And Anderson lifts that in the air, shallow right center field, and down for a base hit. Well, certainly not the hardest hit ball of Jack Anderson's career, but he'll take it nonetheless. A little blooper into shallow right center field, and that puts a run on for Nick Harms, who steps in batting at .402 on the year with 10 home runs and 39 runs batted in, leading the Spartans in all 3 Triple Crown categories. It has been a massive year for Harms, who's starting to get some looks from scouts, and understandably so. He'll await the first pitch here from Hyman, and fouls that one back, 0-1. Harms, not his strongest weekends of the season at Chicago, although did start it off with a bang. Hit 2 home runs in the first game of the series, a 2-run blast in the first, and what was eventually a game-winning 2-run blast in the 11th with 2 outs. That one's a called strike at the knees, and the count goes to 0-2 on Harms. Anderson a speed threat at first base. He's stolen 6 bases on 7 attempts this season, especially with a left-handed hitter up. We'll see if Anderson is moving at all. It's an 0-2 on the way. Hyman set to deliver to Harms. Well outside for a ball, 1-2. Harms not chasing. 88-mile-an-hour fastball there. Got Sam back up here running the track man for us again, as always. Our own private Elias Sports Bureau. Sam, do you remember Elias Sports Bureau? Is that am I dating myself significantly by that? So, for those of you who are might be on the younger side, is that one breaking ball, misses down and out, 2-2 on Harms. Back before Baseball Reference was a thing, you used to have to get any statistical information from the Elias Sports Bureau. So if you wanted to find something out like, for example, in the majors, Darryl Strawberry's batting average on a Tuesday, you'd phone up Elias Sports Bureau. They'd put their supercomputers to work and whip up a stat for you. Obviously, the average person couldn't call, but baseball broadcast often did that. Nowadays, that information is all pretty accessible to the public. I don't even know if the Elias Sports Bureau is still a thing in existence. 2-2 to Harms with Anderson on first. Nobody out in the bottom of the first inning. And Harms chops one over towards first. Fielded there. Throw goes to second, and they'll call him out at second base. I'm not sure the second baseman was even on the bag, but that'll go as a the shortstop was even on the bag, but that'll go as a 3-6 put out at second base. Harms now on for Tyler Stilson. Matt Englander is going to ask for some clarification on that. See if the umpire in the field, Jeffrey Clifford, probably is willing to ask the home plate umpire, Dorsey Hager, to see if the fielder was on the bag. That would be the one point of clarification that could potentially get this call overturned. And the call will stand. So that'll bring Tyler Stilson to the plate. I'll get another look at it here now. Yeah, close call there. The shortstop's foot, that's Barbette at short. His foot maybe came off the bag right about when he caught the ball, as that misses inside to Tyler Stilson. It's 1-0. So again, close play there. I thought in first glance Anderson was safe, but it was a bang-bang play at second for sure. Two-seamer there catches the outside corner for a strike, and it's 1-1. There's only one out in the inning here, so 1-1 count, one away. Pitch to Stilson, swung on, nubbed down the first baseline, foul. And the count 1-2 now on Stilson. Tyler hitting at .344 in the year, 5 home runs, 30 runs batted in. Still collecting his fair share of hits, but not hitting for as much power as he did earlier in the year. And maybe just a result of him being a bit more tired at the plate. You know, it's easy to say, hey, he's young and should be able to handle the load. But being a full-time starting pitcher, the #1 starter for a team, and then adding on the duties of being a hitter. Remember, he's learning a new position at first. Tyler has taken on so much this season that you could certainly understand that he'd maybe be getting a little bit worn down as this season has gone on. 2-2. Ground ball up the middle, through for a base hit. Rounding the corner at second and chugging into third is Harms. And it'll be first and third with one away now. And that will bring Dane Camphausen to the plate. And I would mark Dane as my player to watch this week. I think he is ready to absolutely bust out. I was watching him pregame, and he seemed to be running significantly better than what we saw earlier in the season. Since coming back from that injury, he seems to be moving a little bit better. And then I think you add on to that he's starting to show some signs at the plate of being a little bit more active. Matt Englander coming over, and we'll talk to the home plate umpire, Dorsey Hager. There'll be a meeting on the mound here, the pitching coach for NYU coming out. That is Eddie Medina, the Violets pitching coach. In the meantime, first and third, one away for the Spartans, who trail 3-0. It's been an eventful top of the first inning thus far. An eventful first inning, I should say. 3-0 NYU on a 3-run homer. A chance for Dane Camphausen to even this one with one swing. He takes the first pitch fastball at the knees from Hyman, and it's 0-1. 89 miles an hour with that fastball. Looks to maybe be a two-seamer from him with some of the movement on that pitch. The 0-1. And Camphausen can't hold up. That was the curve there, or pardon me, the slider. 79 miles an hour for strike two, and it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 offering. Outside for a ball. Hyman has had no problem getting ahead in the count against Spartan hitters. He has struggled, though, to put them away, and that's frankly the same issue we saw from Charlie Griffith in the top half of the inning. That ball high and deep towards left center field. The ballpark will hold it, and making the catch in center field is Blue Wise. Tagging and coming in to score is Nick Harms. A sacrifice fly for Dane Camphausen, who hit a 105-mile-an-hour screamer off the bat, but the launch angle 42, maybe just a bit underneath that one, and the ballpark right at that 375 mark, just enough to hold it. It does get the first run of the game across for the Spartans now, and will bring Franco Alonso to the plate with 2 outs and a runner at first. 3-1 the score. Alonso, a .355 hitter on the season. 2 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Takes that pitch down and out for a ball, 1-0. See if Alonso can pick up a big hit here, keep the inning going. 1-1 the count. Hyman's pitch count now up to 24 on the day. Jay Smith waiting out on deck, hoping to get a shot here as the 1-1 to Alonso. Down and out, ball 2, 2-1. Franco, just a tremendous weekend at Chicago, in particular his final game of that series. And I was talking with Matt Englander a bit about that. Said really Alonso was our emotional leader in that game. Swing and a miss, pickoff throw down to first, but Stilson dives back in. 2-2 now the count. 2-2, 2 away. Runner at first for the Spartans, who trail by 2. And Alonso down the first base line, fair ball. Heading for third is Stilson, and they will send Stilson home. Here comes the throw, cut off to the plate. He is safe at the plate, and pulling into third with a triple is Franco Alonso. Alonso will do the roller coaster. The bullpen will follow him. And the Spartans have come back in this one, now have the potential tying run at third base for Jay Smith, who with the dulcet tones of Careless Whisper will step to the plate here. Tommy Downs' bubble machine in full effect here as well. Yes, you heard me right. Tommy Downs' bubble machine in the dugout today. First pitch taken for a strike by Smith, and it's an 0-1 count. So the Spartans 2 runs so far to answer. Now up to Jay Smith to keep the line moving. Smith hitting at .316 on the season, looking to drive in his 11th run of the year. Takes that down low, and it's 1-1. Breaking ball, called a strike. There's that slider. That is a pretty good pitch there. An 80-mile-an-hour slider, give or take, from Hyman, who is about to throw his 31st pitch of the first inning. And that one's fouled off. So both pitchers so far, some heavy lifting. Griffith threw 33 in the top half of the inning. Hyman about to throw his 32nd pitch of the frame. Alonso, the runner at third. Smith, the batter at the plate. Here's the pitch. And it's swung on, grounded towards third. Done with it. Comes up throwing. The throw right on target. A step out of Smith for the out. And that ends the inning, but the Spartans get 2 back in the bottom of the first after giving 3 up in the top half of the inning. And we'll head into the second in a 3-2 game. NYU leading, looking to add on to that. It'll be Barbette, Blue Eyes, and Argenziano, 9-1-2 for the Violets when we return. Charlie Griffith back out on the mound for his second inning of work after allowing a 3-run homer in the first, but working around further damage. It'll be Dakota Barbette to lead things off. Barbette, Blue Eyes, and Argenziano up. That one grounded towards third. Backhand stop by Arterburn. Throws from the seat of his pants, but no chance to get Barbette, and it's an infield hit to begin the second inning. So again, the ball not being hit particularly hard right now against Griffith, with the exclusion of the 3-run home run by Pelota that landed over by the power lines on the left field side. Fifth hit of the game there for NYU already, though, off Griffith. And now back to the top of the order. Blue Eyes singled on an 0-2 pitch his first time up. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes a ball. It's 1-0. There might have been an argument there that Blue Eyes offered at that one. Has the 1-0 now on the way. Nope, pickoff attempt first. Not in time. Barbette has stolen 4 bases on 4 attempts this year. Again, NYU, a team that likes to run the bases, especially with the left-handed hitter at the plate. You'd think an opportunity here for Barbette to take off. That one misses up high, 2-0. Of course, Chicago, a team that also likes to run the bases, and the Spartans did a great job all weekend long of controlling the Chicago running game. Here's the 2-0 offering. Nope, throw over to first again, and Griffith being careful with the runner over there. Well, an inning here if you're Charlie Griffith, and again, that leadoff single, I don't want to say no fault of his own, but certainly, you know, it was a solid, you know, just a ground ball in the hole where the fielder wasn't. There's a called strike. But, you know, if you're Griffith here, want to try to limit the damage, get a little length in this one if you can. Has that ball in the air, deep towards right field, back at the wall, and that is gone. First home run of the season for Harrison Blue Eyes. That was 97 off the bat, a 28-degree launch angle on a 75-mile-an-hour slider right down the heart of the plate, middle. And Blue Eyes has given the Violets a 5-2 lead.
Now batting, number 3, Nick Argenziano.
Well, said it earlier, this is an NYU team that can certainly hit. There's a called strike there to Argenziano. Right now, I think Griffith's problem is it's control, but not control in the way that you always expect it to be as a called strike. Problem is when he's missing right down the heart of the plate right now. And NYU has made him pay. Fastball just below the knees. Ball 1, 1-2 the count. Argenziano. Argenziano drew walk in his first at bat. That ball in the air, deep towards left center field on the warning track, and putting it away is Andreyko for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, number 4, Cam Dunn.
So 1 away now, and that will bring Cam Dunn to the plate. Dunn grounded into fielder's choice in the first. One and 0 the count. And that ball in the air. Right field. Smith lines it up and puts it away, battling the wind a bit out there. This is a very different wind than the Spartans have dealt with so far this season. It is blowing out today, and that has not been the case really for the last few weeks for this team. No matter where they go, they've had to deal with the wind blowing in, and so you can certainly expect the ball, as it has so far, to be traveling better. And we've certainly seen that. Dane Camphausen just missed a home run. We've seen 2 NYU home runs already. Griffith's first pitch now to Nate Pelota, who had the 3-run blast earlier. His 4th of the season. It's a 1-0 count. Did he hold on that one? No, he did not. Dorsey Hager, the home plate umpire, calling that one a strike. And it's a 1-1 count now on Pelota. 2 away, bases empty. Griffith about to throw his 48th pitch of the game, and it's popped up. Again, the ball traveling well. That went into center. Smith called off by Harms, who puts it away for the final out of the inning. But another home run for NYU, this time a 2-run blast by Harrison Blueweiss. And it's a 5-2 NYU lead as we move along into the bottom half of the second. It'll be the bottom part of the Spartans' order, and Draco, Carinci, and Arterburn due up when we return. 5-2, NYU leading. Logan Andraco strides to the plate as the Spartans begin their half of the second inning, trailing 5-2 on a pair of home runs by NYU. The Spartans got 2 in the bottom of the first, now trying to respond once again, down by 3 as the first pitch from Hyman misses outside, 1-0. Hyman making his 4th start in UAA play. He's been the first game starter for NYU in each of the previous 3 series. As that's up and in for a ball, 2-0 to Andraco. NYU has lost all 3 of his starts, but again, leading here early. That ball in the air, deep towards the gap, right center field, back at the wall, and it's off the warning track. And Andraco will try for 3. The throw coming in, and it is not in time. And a leadoff triple for Logan Andraco, who will lead the team in the roller coaster once again. Boy, is the ball traveling well today. Well, everyone seems to be making solid contact right now. And again, with the wind blowing out, like I said, this could be an eventful day here at the Knob. Now bring Zach Carinci to the plate with nobody out and a runner at third. Carinci hitting a .286 on the year. He's the team's leading hitter in UAA play this season as he takes the first pitch for a called strike, 0-1. Hyman has had 3 not terrible starts. Not dominating by any means, but not terrible starts so far in UAA play, despite the team losing in each. His worst was his first start against Emory, 4 2/3 innings. And I think they called a balk. And so the run comes across for the Spartans. It's 5-3. So we'll have to see. I think it's an 0-1 count. I'm going to have to take a look here again at the video as that's in the dirt. That one's foul back. Yep, they called the balk on the pitcher. So the run comes across for the Spartans. It's now 2-2 on Carinci. So the Spartans already with a run, and Carinci hits that one softly into left center field for a base hit. So it has been an offensive day early on here for both of these teams. NYU currently on the winning side of it, but the Spartans certainly looking dangerous at the plate in their own right. Potential game-tying run coming to the plate in the form of Nate Arterburn. Arterburn hitting a .245 on the season. As Arterburn squaring a bunt, bunts it back, and it's an 0-1 count. So run across here in the inning for the Spartans. They trail 5-3. And that one wasted by Arterburn, 0-2. Mentioned that Hyman's made that start against Emory. He walked 6 in 4 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits as well. Only 4 runs allowed, where again, if you're walking 6 batters, giving up 6 hits in 4 2/3, that's pretty good to limit the damage in that frame. Arterburn wastes 1 away to keep the count at 0-2. Against Brandeis, 5 2/3 innings, gave up 3 runs on 7 hits, struck out 3, did not walk a batter. So, and then his last outing, 7 innings against Wash U, allowed 4 runs on 8 hits, struck out 8, his season high. 0-2 to Arterburn, who swings and hits that in the air, deep towards center. The park will hold this one as Blue White settles under it and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Carinci will retreat to first. And with 1 away, back to the top of the order for the Spartans. Well, said this before, that the Spartans seem to be at their best when they're getting production out of the bottom 3 in the order, Andreyko, Carinci, and Arterburn. And we see here in the second, it's been a triple for Andreyko, a single for Carinci after the flyout from Arterburn. Back to the top of the order, and let's see if Jack Anderson, who picked up a base hit in his last at-bat, can keep things going here as the first pitch fastball looked to be maybe a bit outside, but called a strike, and it's an 0-1 count on Anderson. 87 miles an hour with that fastball. The 0-1. That one called the ball, missed up and out with the slider. You could see why Hyman would be an attractive pitcher to a Division I school such as Valparaiso. Again, a fastball in the high 80s and a slider in the high 70s. Peaks at about 80 so far today as Anderson fouls that off 1-2. And if you can figure out what you're doing with that, you could be very effective at the Division III level, certainly, even at the Division I level. So far, he's given up 3 runs on 5 hits here. As the 1-2 on the way, runner goes. That one swung on, hit quickly towards short to second for 1, on to first, double play, and that will end the inning. That ball was hit hard by Anderson, 102 off the bat, and that sort of backfired on him as it allowed NYU to turn the double play. And so at the end of 2, it's a 5-3 lead for the Violets. We'll move into the top of the third. Mockless, Ruggiero, and Franchini due up for the Violets when we return. 5-3 the score as we move along into the top of the third. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Spartans will be Archer Stankowski, who will look to do some heavy lifting here. This has been Archer's role today, or this season, especially as of late, coming out of the bullpen and giving the Spartans some length. And again, this is Coach Englander's plan, trying to pair up guys. He said Archer is the kind of guy that you could pitch after anybody, and he's just a hard guy to square up. Throws a real heavy pitch. Fastball there on the outside corner, 90 miles an hour for a strike, which is right about where we'll see Archer peak with that fastball. Archer making his 10th appearance of the year, his 7th appearance out of the bullpen this season. He's 5-0 with a 3.67 ERA. Ground ball hit towards short, fielded on a few hops by Arterburn, throw to first right on target. And Moklis, who struck out swinging in his first at-bat, grounds out to short in his second. He's now 0 for 2 on the day. And with one out here in the third, Hunter Ruggiero will be the batter. Ruggiero singled in his first at-bat. He is now hitting at .409 on the season. Sky's getting maybe a little ominous out here on what was supposed to be just a beautiful sunny day all day long today. Not quite that. Ground ball, third base, foul. And the count evens at 1-1 on Ruggiero. I'm still showing no chance of rain on my cell phone app here. I need to knock on some wood before I, there we go. Everyone in the press box now knocking on wood simultaneously. 1-1 the count on Ruggiero. Stankowski, who again can give the Spartans some length coming into the game here in the third, delivers that pitch down and out for a ball. It's 2-1. 2-1 from Stankowski. Ground ball, third base, Carinci there. Fields, throws, and it's in time for the out. 2 gone. So a couple ground balls from Stankowski, and when he's going well, that's what you're looking for. Guys just drilling that ball into the dirt. And so far, that is exactly what we've seen here. Again, Stankowski's just got that heavy fastball. He comes that angle and with good velocity that he can really get a lot of ground balls when he's going well. This will be C.J. Franchini, who takes a called strike 0-1. Franchini singled in his first at-bat. Left-handed hitter facing the righty Stankowski. Fastball, another strike, and it's 0-2. That fastball looks good so far today from Stankowski. 91 miles an hour with that one. Strike away from a 1-2-3 third. He'll set and deliver, and it's fouled away. Typically, you'd be concerned about getting into your bullpen in the third inning of the first game of a doubleheader, let alone the first game of 4 over the next 3 games that are scheduled. But this is sort of the blueprint for the Spartans on their pitching staff this year. Poking a pitch in the strike zone, out of the strike zone, and popping it up to short there is Franchini. Making the catch is Arterburn, and that ends the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. A scoreless frame, a novelty here at Nobby's Ballpark today. We get it in the third, and we'll move into the bottom of the third. Harms, Stilson, and Camphausen for the Spartans when we come back. Welcome back once again. Nick Harms set to lead things off for the Spartans. Harms reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning and came around to score the first run of the game for the Spartans. It was his 41st run scored this season. First pitch on the way for Harms, who has to be licking his chops at what has been a friendly wind here today. Friendly breeze. Wind is blowing out. And Harms could hit a home run into the face of a hurricane as that one's fouled back, 0-2. So certainly doesn't need the help, but he'll take it if it exists. Nick has just had a wonderful season here for Case Western Reserve and looking to keep it going. Here's the 0-2. Up high, 1-2. Nick hit a high chopper to first base back in the first inning with Jack Anderson at first. First baseman Argenziano was able to throw down to second and just a step ahead of Anderson get the out as that breaking ball misses outside, 2-2. Fastball sliders so far today from Hyman. Don't think we've seen anything else thus far. Timeout called at the plate by Harms. Actually, it might have been called by the catcher there. Looked like was the signal as the 2-2 on the way. Breaking ball stays up high. You can tell that slider got away from him a little bit, and now it's a full count 3-2. And this is similar to what we've seen from Hyman so far today, where he's been great at getting ahead in the count, but then has struggled to put hitters away. Here a full count after going ahead 0-2, and Harms swings through the fastball for strike 3. Hyman dialed that one up a little bit extra, hit 90 with that. And the high fastball gets Harms, who I think was potentially trying to protect against a breaking pitch, and that'll be the first out of the inning. So one gone. First time today that Hyman has retired the leadoff hitter. Now Tyler Stilson to the plate. He singled in his first at bat. That fastball slipped, and it's a 1-0 count. Swing and a miss, 1-1. He's got some movement on that fastball. Not sure if it's a cutter. Looks like maybe he throws a two-seamer as well. Not, I believe, all the time at least, not a straight four-seam fastball. That was a slider that stayed up high, and Stilson fouls it off. 1-2 now the count. Yeah, it looks like a two-seamer there. He's definitely throwing a two-seamer. You can tell the ball's darting back over the plate to righties. Stilson held up there as that pitch missed down and away. That was a slider. Good placement there from Hyman. So it's a 2-2 count now on Stilson. 5-3 the score, NYU leading. There's that fastball. That time misses outside. I think that's the cutter. I could be wrong. I'm looking over to Sam here, right? I think it's cutter two-seamer that he's throwing right now. Yeah. It's popped up by Stilson in the middle of the infield. Who's going to get it? Third baseman Dunn comes over, reaches out, and makes the catch. And there are two gone. Good job by Dunn to take charge there. And now two away for Dane Camphausen, who hit a rocket of a sacrifice fly deep into the gap in left center field his first time up. And again, I would watch out for Dane this weekend. He looks like he is just primed to break out. He's been hitting into some tough luck here, but his first time up hit a 105-mile-an-hour shot off the bat. That ball hit in the air deep towards deep center field. Back at the wall, looking up, and it's off the base of the wall. 112 off the bat from Camphausen, who will pull into second base with a double. That is the hardest hit ball we've seen. Got maybe a bit on top of it, a 20-degree launch angle on that, but first pitch swinging, a monster shot. Again, 112 off the bat from Camphausen. That's a big league baseball swing there from Dane. And he's now in scoring position for Franco Alonso, who tripled in his first at-bat. Again, I'm not just estimating these numbers, folks. We have the TrackMan system here, which is awesome. You can basically see what every pitch is, the exit velocity, launch angle. Very cool to look at. There is the first pitch slider to Alonso, a called strike, and it's an 0-1 count. Franco tripled down the right field line in his first at bat of the game, drove in a run, fouls that one off. Again, Dane moving a little bit better than he has been, but a single won't necessarily score him from second base. Something to watch out for here if you're the Spartans. Alonso behind in the count, 0-2, and the slider misses outside. Hyman maybe squeezed that one a little bit too tightly. 81 miles an hour, good velocity on it, but misses outside as Alonso didn't bite. It's now 1-2 count. And he can't hold up, and that's strike three. Went chasing that slider that time. And that's the third out of the inning. So a two-out double by Camphausen, but he's left stranded at second base, and through three, it's a 5-3 NYU lead. Bottom of the order for the Violets with the 8 and 9 hitters. Kelman and Barbette due up when we return, followed by Blue Eyes. It's 5-3, Violets with the lead. Jack Kelman, the batter, set to lead things off here in the fourth. 0-for-1, ended the first inning by grounding into fielder's choice. He's hitting at 133 on the year. A little bit of an extended delay here, as I think there might be an open gate. Now we're set to get going here. A pretty dense cloud cover settling in overhead as Archer Stankowski delivers a first pitch fastball low, 1-0. Stankowski, a 1-2-3 first inning, 2 ground outs and a pop-up, and now will begin his second inning of work against the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Kelman, Barbette, and Blue Eyes. Looking to keep it at a 2-run game. That fastball in the outside corner for a called strike to Kelman, 1-1. In the air, deep towards right, but it'll stay in the park for Smith, who makes the catch. And there's one gone here in the fourth.
Now batting, number 1, Dakota Barbette.
That is now 7 straight Violets sat down since Blue Weiss's 2-run homer in the second. And we'll bring up the 9 hitter, Dakota Barbette, who scored on that 2-run homer. He singled to lead off the second inning against Charlie Griffith. First pitch fastball up and in for ball 1 to Barbette, who's now hitting at .315 out of the 9 spot in the order for the Violets. That ball in the air, center field. Harms lines it up and puts it away for the second out. So Barbette retired, and now Blue Eyes, who hit his first home run of the season in his last at bat, will be the batter. Blue Weiss, a junior. Connected for the home run over the wall in right. As it feels like it's about to start raining if it isn't already here. The temperature, a little bit of a breeze. Cloud cover is really set in. It looks like now we're seeing a little bit of a cell pop up as a called strike with the fastball brings the count to 1-1. Line drive, foul. So 2-strike count here on Blue Eyes, 1-2 the count. First home run of the season for Blue Eyes. He had 3 last year for the Violets, batted .313 during his sophomore year. And that one got away from Stankowski. It's 2-2. It looks like in the next couple minutes might get a little rain here. As that ball pulled down the line and right again and foul. Bit out in front of that one. So the count staying at 2-2 on Blue Eyes, who looks sharp at the plate thus far today. 2 hits so far for him. Swing and a miss there, and that'll be strike 3. 92-mile-an-hour heat as Stankowski climbed the strike zone a bit for that one and gets the out, and that will end the the top of the 4th. Boy, I got to get my act together here. Top of the 4th through here in Nobby's ballpark. 5-3 the score. NYU leading. Smith and Draco and Carinci due up for the Spartans when we come back. Jay Smith leading things off here. Swings and misses, and it's an 0-1 count on Smith. Jay grounded out to third base to end the first inning, now hitting at .310 on the season. Jay has driven in 10 runs so far this year. He's trying to see some more playing time. He's looked good when he's been out there this year. Takes that one outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball, first base side foul. 1-2. One-two pitch. Ground ball, second base, fielded on a hop and throwing on to first in time to get the out is Franchini, and there is one gone here in the 4th. So both pitchers settling in a little bit after allowing a few early runs. Well, Stankowski came into the game. Hyman settling in. He'll face Logan Andraco, who tripled to deep right center field in his first at bat. Facing Hyman for the second time, and it's in the dirt, ball one. 1-0 the count. 70 pitches now for Hyman with one out here in the fourth. Here's the 1-0 offering. Swing and a miss. 87 mile an hour, probably a fastball there, maybe a two-seamer to the lefty. Here's the 1-1. And Draco squares the bunt, pulls it back, and took the slider in the dirt. 2-1. See if Logan's squaring away again here. Down and in. Logan does bunt occasionally, but Logan probably has the advantage of being able to sell the bunt better than your typical hitter. You know, Logan, not a big guy. He's a left-handed batter. If he's going to lay down a bunt, you're going to believe it if he fakes it. Swing and a miss there. It's 3-2. Doesn't take a lot for Logan to sell that. Payoff pitch on the way from Hyman. And it's down and in, ball four. So Hyman issues the walk. That's the first walk he's issued today, despite certainly pitching into his share of deep counts today. And the Spartans will bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Zach Carinci, who does have one home run this season, but more impressively has been just his general contact at the plate lately. He's got his batting average up now to .295 on the season. He has been the team's leading hitter average-wise in UAA play. And the first pitch fastball, a called strike on the outside corner. Dorsey Hager has been giving a lot of latitude to pitchers on that outside corner of the plate today. Here's the 0-1 offering. Frankly, for a guy like Hyman, who is fastball slider, that's a huge benefit for him, knowing that he can expand that outside corner. The 1-1. Well, outside, the runner was going on the pitch, and Andraco moves up to second base. It'll be a steal for Andraco, despite the fact that the ball got away from the catcher. Again, Logan was running on the pitch. He's now in scoring position, and we have a 2-1 count at the plate. Inside, 87-mile-an-hour fastball underneath the hands to Carinci. And it's now a 3-1 count on Zach, with Nate Arterburn waiting out on deck. 3-1 coming. Hyman rocks and delivers. And fastball outside corner. 3-2. 3-2 now. Another full count coming from Hyman. And that one swung on, grounded up towards the middle and through for a base hit. Rounding the corner at third is Andraco. He'll score. The ball is bobbled in center by Blue Eyes. The error will allow the runner to move up a bag. And the Spartans back within a run and have the potential game-tying run now at second base after the RBI single for Carinci, his second hit of the game. Andraco comes around to score his second run of the game. And now a runner at second base for Nate Arterburn. With one away. Arterburn flew out to deep center field in his first at bat. He's now batting at .243 on the season. First pitch. Swings, grounds that one towards short. Diving stop made, getting up, throw to first, and it's in time for the out. A really nice play by the shortstop Barbette to not only keep that ball from getting into the outfield, but to get up and make a perfect throw to first base to get Arterburn. And there's two gone in the inning now and a chance for Jack Anderson to even the score with a base hit. Anderson 1 for 2 in the game, a single in the first, and then grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the second inning. coming up for his third at bat of the game here, trying to drive in the game-tying run from second. Here's the pitch, swung on, ground ball to short, and that's through for a base hit. Carinci rounds the corner at third. He'll come in to score. First pitch swinging, RBI single for Jack Anderson, and we've got a brand new ball game with 2 outs in the fourth. It's 5-5. Well, Jack wasted little time, got a pitch, did just enough with it. An unearned run for the moment. That could potentially change here depending on what Nick Harms does at the plate. As Harms steps in what is now a tie game and a chance to keep this one going. Harms 0 for 2, grounded into fielder's choice and struck out swinging so far against Hyman. Hyman up to 83 pitches now. Slider stays up high and it's 1-0. There is action in the NYU bullpen with Hyman starting to see his pitch count climb towards 100 for the day. The 1-0 on the way. Fastball called a strike. And it's a 1-1 count. That one maybe clipped that lower portion of the plate. And again, we've seen a big strike zone here today. A consistently big strike zone by Hager. Breaking ball stays outside. 2-1. I was talking actually with Matt Englander about that before the game. He says, listen, we don't mind if it's a bigger strike zone, if it's a tighter strike zone. He said, what we look for as coaches is typically consistency. And Hager certainly had that today. That fastball catches the outside corner for a strike. And it's a 1-2 count. 2-2 count now on Harms, I believe. 2-2? 2-2. We have 2-2 here. I think the umpires are going to talk about it here. Or that might be, there may be a lightning strike warning here. And I think there is. And so there's going to be a lightning strike issue, and they're going to have to clear the field. So the field will be cleared. Again, there's a lightning strike in the area, so we'll take a break here. Again, that typically means we're looking at a 30-minute delay. So game 1 of 2 today. Some rain starting to fall. I expect this to be quick moving. But we will have a lightning delay here at the ballpark. Again, we'll take a break and be back with you in a minute. But again, lightning delay here at Nobby's ballpark. A 2-2 count, 2 away, 5-5 the score. Bottom of the fourth when we come back in a little bit. Stay with us. Hello and welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are in a lightning delay, some lightning in the area. Nothing too bad here at the field, really. Only about a minute or so of rain, but the lightning in the area, again, with an abundance of caution, everyone clearing the field. I think it's lightning within 6 miles. You've got um, every lightning strike gives you about a 30-minute waiting period until you get back on the field. And so we have gotten word. It looks like everything is cleared out. All the rain is cleared out, the lightning is past us, and we are now looking at the teams getting back out on the field about 1:48, and then play resuming at approximately, I believe we're looking at play resuming at approximately, what time would it be? About 2:10, I think we're looking at here. So, again, we've got a little bit. Teams should be back out on the field within 5 minutes. We'll begin warm-ups, and then everyone will get going once again. 5-5 is the score if you're just joining us. Again, Case Western Reserve coming from behind. They trailed early after NYU had a 3-run home run from Nate Pelota in the first inning, a 2-run homer from Harrison Bluewise in the second inning. But Archer Stankowski came in, pitched 2 scoreless innings, and the Spartans managed to come back, slowly getting back into the game here, and then eventually tying the score in the bottom of the fourth, which we're currently in. A RBI single for Zach Carinci, and then a RBI single for Jack Anderson to tie the game at 5-5. So we'll be back with you in a few minutes. Again, we are all even, 5-5 the score. We're looking at about a 2:10 resumption of play here. Again, we'll see you in a little bit. Again, welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are hopefully shortly coming out of a lightning delay here again. No real lightning visible from the field, but within that 5 or 6 mile radius, there were some lightning strikes, and so the game forced to stop here for a period of 30 minutes. I think it's once you get past lightning has to be without or past 6 miles, and you have to have 30 minutes with no lightning within that range for you to be able to resume. And so we were able to jump back into the game here in a little bit. Teams are back out on the field now, warming up, and again, anticipating a 2:10 start as we are all even here. 5-5 the score. The Spartans had Jonathan Hyman on the ropes at the end of the fourth inning. There's a 2-2 count and 2 outs with Jack Anderson at first and Harms at the plate when the game was stopped. So Nick Harms will be back out there. There is a bit of a question as to whether or not Hyman will be the pitcher when the game resumes. Hyman, who seemed to be coming up towards the end of his day anyway after 87 pitches and was definitely less effective in the fourth. It'll be interesting to see if he does come back out for another inning or if NYU goes to their bullpen. I wouldn't be shocked if they did. It's been about now 45 minutes since the game was stopped. It was stopped at 1:15 p.m., so it's going to be about a 55-minute delay before we get going again here. And so certainly we'll keep an eye on that. Be interesting to see Archer Stankowski. I think the Spartans have a little bit of a decision to make here as well. Do you go back to Archer? And again, if you look at Archer right now, he has thrown a total of 22 pitches, so not very many, and I think you've got an option right now if you're head coach Matt Englander. Do you go back to Archer here after he's gone, by the time he pitches again, over an hour between pitches, or do you maybe try to throw someone else out of the bullpen, try to get some length out of Oliver Miller or Zach Barnes in a tie game here? In theory, you could bring Archer back tomorrow or more likely Sunday. And so, again, some options for both of these teams pitching-wise. This is the first of 2 games here today between the 2 teams. So we do have a second game to think about here also. And important to get that second game in today because tomorrow is certainly not guaranteed to be able to play any baseball. Right now, by the way, we should be clear of rain for the rest of the day, but famous last words, we thought we'd be cleared today as well. Tomorrow, a very different story. It's about a 50% chance of rain I'm looking at for most of the afternoon, and I tend to have a pretty friendly app when it comes to estimating rain chances where, it's literally the glass half full weather app where it'll tell me that, 50% chance of rain. You look at others, it'll say, 100% chance of rain. And so, we'll see about tomorrow. Certainly the option for these 2 teams to play the doubleheader on Sunday exists, but you got to make sure you get 2 in here today. And, again, the UAA does have a policy where the game, can go shorter if needed, if you do get rained out here. But no one wants to see that. You'd love to get 2 full games in today if possible. So we'll be back with you in a little bit. Again, probably about 9 minutes or so away from the game resuming. Again, it's 5-5, 2 outs. It'll be a 2-2 count on Nick Harms when we come back in about 5 minutes or so with you. And welcome back once again. We seem to be a couple minutes away from resuming action here as NYU has taken the field, maybe get going a little bit early after the rain delay. You'll have, again, when it's all said and done, about a 15-minute delay. New pitcher on the mound for NYU will be Cooper Paul. And we'll get you some information on Paul here in just a second, who will try to get one more strike and get NYU out of the inning. Cooper Paul, who wears number 46, a first year out of Ambler, Pennsylvania, Monroe Germantown Academy. He's 5'11", 190 pounds, a right-handed pitcher. Paul this season, 2-1 in his 10 appearances out of the bullpen with 5.56 ERA. Through 11 and a third innings of work, he struck out 13, walked 11, and has a 283 opponent's batting average. And again, we'll face Nick Harms here with a runner at first and a 2-2 count on Harms at the plate. This will be, the batter will be the responsibility of Paul here regardless with a 2-2 count. So Hyman's day is done with the runner at first still on his account. And we are set to resume here. So Nick Harms, the batter, a .395 hitter on the season, including an 0 for 2 today. Again, it's been a friendly wind, and even after the brief rain and the storm that blew through, the wind's still blowing and blowing out to center field now, maybe a bit more towards center than to left. It is a 2-2 count on Harms at the plate. Paul ready on the hill. His first pitch to Harms. Anderson running. Harms swings, and it's through for a base hit. Anderson turns the corner at second. He'll pull into third and stop there. And Nick Harms, first pitch swinging as that ball rolls away in the infield. And safe at the plate is Anderson, as moving up to second on the play is Harms, and the Spartans take the lead. Well, I'm going to need to see that again to see what happened. But, boy, I looked down. Jack Anderson certainly didn't. And the way he runs the bases, you cannot sleep on Jack Anderson, who is just so tenacious on the base paths. And let's see what happened here that caused that ball to, or allowed Anderson to score. Meanwhile, Stilson will be the batter. It's now 6-5 the score, and Stilson loops that one down the line, and it's foul, 0-1. Yeah, throw just got away. So that'll be an error on the throw by the right fielder. No RBI there for Harms, an unearned run for the moment. It does make the previous run scored by Carinci earned. Pitch on the way. Inside. Fouled off. 2-2 now the count on Stilson. And that one taken for a called strike, 3 with Harms running, and that'll end the inning. So Stilson down looking, but the Spartans with 3 runs here in the frame, and after a 50-minute rain delay, Case Western Reserve taking the lead on an RBI single by Nick Harms. We'll be back, top of the 5th coming up. Spartans leading 6-5 for NYU. Argenziano, Dunn, and Pelota when we come back. Well, the Spartans leading for the first time today, now on top 6-5 over NYU. Argenziano, Dunn, and Pelota, 2, 3, and 4 in the NYU lineup, looking to respond after the Spartans scored 3, and that might be a response right there. Deep towards left and gone. Argenziano connects on his 5th home run of the season, 3rd home run of the game for the Violets, and on the first pitch of the 5th inning, we're all even again, 6-6 the score. 101 off the bat by Argenziano. And we're all even again, 6-6.
Up to bat, number 4, Cam Dunn.
And so after NYU falls behind, 9 straight Violets had been retired before the solo home run by Argenziano. Now Cam Dunn, the batter, facing Stankowski, and it'll be interesting to see Archer, who only threw 22 pitches through his first 2 innings of work, but went over an hour between pitches, and we'll see how he responds to that. So far, maybe a little bit of a cause for concern, as he'll have to settle back down here. It has been a tit-for-tat kind of game early on here, as that one grounded towards first. Camphausen can't field it cleanly, and safe at first on a fielding error by Camphausen is done. So the first 2 runners reach in the 5th for NYU in what has been a back-and-forth game. First pitch from Stankowski now to Pelota, who had a 3-run homer to get the scoring started for NYU in the first inning. He takes that outside, ball 1. Slider there from Stankowski. Another slider, misses outside, and you can see Stankowski being cautious with the fastball here against Pelota. Well, today was supposed to be beautiful throughout the day. We ended up with a little bit of rain and some lightning in the area, hopefully all behind us now. As that pitch in the dirt, and again, Stankowski just not as sharp as he was earlier on in the game. Got to be careful here. He's clearly trying to stay away from the fastball to Pelota. Starting off with 3 straight sliders, missed with all 3, and be careful of Pelota having a green light here. And it comes with another slider that misses outside, and ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk, 2 on, nobody out now. And Costa Moklis will be the hitter.
Now batting, number 20, Costa Moklis.
Moklis, a 376 hitter on the season, 0 for 2 today with a strikeout and a ground out, but an RBI opportunity for him here. No action in the bullpen yet. Again, we wonder if Stankowski may take a few pitches to loosen up a little bit after the extended delay. Down low, ball 1. Again, a 15-minute rain delay, all in all about an hour between pitches for Stankowski. Being unhittable through his first 2 innings. Much more human here in the last 4 batters he's faced. Another one outside, and it's 2-0. And that'll bring Jack Anderson out. Looks like Zach Barnes will begin warming up in the bullpen. I've never noticed that Zach picked up that stability stick, and he's swinging it like a baseball bat out there as part of his warm-up to get loose. Now he'll take to the hill. So yeah, it's interesting here, and I said it before, that you have an interesting decision if you're Matt Englander. How much do you want to push Archer Stankowski in this game, especially if it doesn't look like he has it? When you have a fully rested bullpen, you could go to Zach Barnes here. You would still potentially have Oliver Miller available out of the pen in the second game. Pitch on the way. That's a strike fouled off. 90-mile-an-hour fastball, middle. And Stankowski just getting one over, and Moklis unable to catch up with it. Costa Moklis, right-handed hitter with 2 on, nobody out in a 6-6 ball game. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That ball lifted into the air, shallow right, coming in and making the catch is Jay Smith, and he'll launch it back into the infield to hold Dunn at second. So 1 out now. And that will bring up Connor Ruggiero with 2 on and 1 away. Ruggiero is 1 for 2 in the game, a single and a ground out to third. First pitch on the way. Stankowski, first base side of the rubber from the stretch, delivers a nice slider there. That's a pitch he struggled with a bit to locate so far this inning. But Ruggiero helping him out there, going fishing for one well out of the strike zone. I think Stankowski, if you want, you could go back to that pitch again here. Instead comes the fastball, and again, well located, so you can see how he paired that up nicely. He went slider off the outside corner and then fastball on the outside corner. Caught the strike zone as that one's fouled off. That's a tough adjustment to make there. And now, really, if you're Stankowski, you could throw anything here. You could try to jam Ruggiero in with a fastball. You could try to come with another slider well off the plate, see if he'll chase. He does come slider, and it just misses. Nice job by Anderson to try to frame that on the outside corner, but doesn't get the call, and the count goes to 1-2. So again, a plethora of options here. If you're Stankowski, you could try to come back to the fastball again, or you could try to stay with that slider. 1-2. There's the slider, hit softly towards second, fielded on a hop. The throw goes to third for 1, and that's all they're get. It's a little bit of a strange decision there from Alonso, who I think could have had the double play if he went to second, but he gets the lead runner instead. Pelota moves up to second. Ruggiero on at first. Dunn out. 4-5 on the put out. And now 2 away first and second for C.J. Franchini. Franchini 1 for 2 with a single. He's also popped up to short. Hits out of the air into shallow center. Coming in is Harms, and it drops in front of him for a base hit. Harms uncranks the throw to the plate. Here it comes. The tag is in time as the slide was short of the plate. And Nick Harms, with an absolute rocket throw from center field, gets the runner. So the game remains tied thanks to a little help from some friends in center field. 8-2 the put out at the plate. And the Spartans and the Violets tied at 6 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. 1 run, 2 hits, an error, and 2 left on for the Violets. 5th inning coming up. Camphausen, Alonso, and Smith for Case Western Reserve when we come back. Well, Dane Camphausen has been knocking on the door all day today. He's hit 2 absolute rockets, a 105-mile-an-hour sac fly to left center and a 112-mile-an-hour screamer to right center field for a double and will bat here for the third time. And first pitch swinging, drives that one deep to center field. Back at the wall, looking up, and it's well gone off the scoreboard. 103 miles an hour, 421 and a half feet, and a 34-degree launch angle for Dane Camphausen, his 8th home run of the year. And I told you, it has been that kind of a feeling today that Dane is back and just waiting to launch one. And, boy, he absolutely lets it go. Yeah, he seems to be finally healthy again. And again, you could just tell by the way he's moving. I think he was getting a little upper body heavy on his swing. He wasn't really getting that lower body into his swing, and it cost him some of his power. You know, it's that one line drive into right field and a first pitch swinging base hit for Franco Alonso. But yeah, you know, you think about it, I encourage everyone listening at home to stand up right now and try swinging with just your hands, and then try swinging with your feet, and you can feel how much more powerful when you take that step, how much more powerful that is. And you can think about Dane, who was just struggling with his lower body, trying to get that leg fully healed, and just did not look right for the beginning. He had been knocking on the door a bit as the first pitch outside. Going down to second on a stolen base is Alonso, his 12th on his many tries this season. And Jay Smith, as the count goes to 1-0, now a chance to drive in another run here as the Spartans lead 7-6. And that might be it here for Paul, as head coach Doug Kimbler coming out to have a talk with his battery. No, that's it. I don't know what he said, but he clearly came out with a purpose, and it was short and sweet to the two. And now Jay Smith here with a 1-0 count. A chance to drive in an insurance run for the Spartans in a game that could probably use a whole lot of insurance runs the way this has gone so far today. They'll play in on the corners in kind of a modified double play depth. That ball carrying out to center. Catch made out there by Blue Weiss. And holding at second is Alonso. One away in the inning now, as the Spartans continue to hit Paul hard. That was 91 off the bat by Smith. And now Logan Andreyko's had himself a nice game so far. A triple and a run scored in the second. A walk and a run scored in the fourth. He's hitting at 300 even on the season. Alonso takes a few steps off the bag. He is so good at drawing attention on the base paths. And that one's fouled back. 0-1. And Draco trying to keep his big day going. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Logan. Runner goes. Big jumps. Squaring to bunt. And no throw on that one. It looked like it slipped out of the catcher's hand. And stealing third is Alonso, his second stolen base of this trip around the bases. And his team leading 13th of the season. And he's now 90 feet away with one out. Well, let's see here. Playing back at third is done, and we'll see if Andreyko tries to lay one down. Well, he'll take a fastball there for a called strike right on that lower outside corner. 1-2 now on Logan. Breaking ball fouled off. 1-2. One and two count, one away. Down low, 2-2. Good take there from Andreyko. Bit of a difference in velocity here. About 10 miles an hour slower on the fastball. Maybe a shade less between the starting pitcher, Hyman, and Paul, who is coming in relief. That one actually had a little more heat on it, 86 miles an hour, but it misses outside, 3-2. That might have been a changeup from him. Yeah, there we go. That explains the difference in speed then. Sam did his best next to me to hold his tongue for long enough to not insult me, as a swing and a miss at the pitch in the dirt for strike three. And Andreyko down swinging for the second out of the inning. So 2 down for Zach Carinci, who has looked sharp at the plate today. A couple of base hits. You know, for Zach, maybe not the same power he had early in his career, but the adjustment he's made to kind of shorten the swing, become more of a contact hitter, has paid off for him. He's now hitting at 304 on the season. Takes a breaking ball for a called strike. It's 0-1. Zach has always been a little bit of a slow starter, and so it's tough to judge whether his early season struggles were a result of coming back from an injury, maybe not having the same skill set he had before, as that comes up high, 1-1, or if it's a result of, you know, him making some adjustments, or if it's a result of just heating up. As that one grounded hard, but right at the shortstop. Barbette with it is throw to first on target for the out, and that ends the inning. But a leadoff solo home run for Dane Camphausen will give the Spartans a lead once again. It's now 7-6 as we move into the 6th inning. 8-9-1 for NYU. Kelman, Barbette, and Blue Eyes due up when we come back. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans. It's Zach Barnes, who's been great in relief this year. And again, I think Matt Englander hoping Zach Barnes can go the distance in this one. Probably saves Archer Stankowski for Sunday if needed, I would think. Although, again, have to see. There was an extended delay there. But we'll see what Barnes can do here as the Spartans looking to cling to a one-run lead in what has been an offensive game so far. And that time, a 78-mile-an-hour curveball is lined into left field for a base hit from Kelman. So Kelman, who had been 0 for 2, was hitting just 130 on the year with the base hit. And the leadoff man is on for NYU as the 9-hitter Dakota Barbette will step to the plate. See if Barbette's looking to bunt here or swing away. He's has a good batting average for a 9-hitter, so he might not be looking to bunt necessarily. He does have 3 sacrifice bunts this season. Choked up a bit on the bat here. Not sure if that's an indicator. So far, no signs of bunting, and he takes the curveball on the inside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Barnes, the sophomore righty out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. 6'5", 200 pounds. That pitch misses down low to Barbette, and it's 1-1. Barnes on the season, 3-1 through 8 appearances, all out of the bullpen. He's got a 4.03 ERA and a pair of saves. In 22 and a third innings, he has struck out 26 and walked just 2. Opponents hitting only 207 against Barnes. And we said this in the Emory series, with numbers like that, the surprise is how his ERA is as high as it is. He's really kind of pitched into some bad luck if you look at some of those numbers. That one down and in with the fastball. And it's a 2-1 count now on Barbette. Runner on at first and nobody out. And the breaking ball just misses up high. Another curve there from Barnes. Count now 3-1 on Barbette. This just feels like one of those days nothing is going to come particularly easy for either of these teams, at least on the mound, maybe hitting more so. We've seen 4 home runs already in this one. That one misses down and out for a ball. And NYU with the first 2 runners on for the second straight inning.
Now batting number 8, Harrison Blue Eyes.
Again, this is an NYU team that is certainly capable of putting runs on the board. We've seen that throughout their history. Again, a brief history of baseball for NYU, at least recent history. NYU brought its baseball team back 11 years ago as that bunt popped in the air, but into no man's land and foul territory by Blue Eyes, and it's an 0-1 count. Blue Eyes this season has laid down just 1 sacrifice bunt. Here's the 0-1 offering. Blue Eyes awaits. The center fielder, who has a home run already today, bunts that one down the first base side. Camphausen with it will tag him for the out. Both runners move up on the sacrifice bunt. Barbette to second, representing the potential go-ahead run. Kelman, the potential game-tying run now at third with 1 away for Nick Argenziano, who is 1 for 2 in the game with a solo home run his last time up. That was last inning. He also has walked and flown out to left. Again, it's a tricky day out there. The ball's traveling well, the best we've seen so far on a humid afternoon here in Cleveland. First pitch curve down low. I think that was a changeup maybe. What? I'm looking here at Sam. That's kind of a weird pitch because it's 80 miles an hour but a 55% spin efficiency. It's a slider. There you go. So kind of a high spin slider or low spin slider. Is that ball line drive left field, base hit. Tying run will come in to score. Following him will be Barbette. And a 2 RBI single for Argenziano. Now has 3 runs driven in today. And NYU has regained the lead. It's now 8-6. Still just 1 out here in the 6th. 3 of the first 4 batters have reached against Barnes, who has struggled, which is a rarity for him today, or this season, I should say. See if Barnes can settle in here a bit. First pitch, fastball outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Well, a bit of an interesting game today for the Spartans pitching-wise, who, again, after last week, things went about as smooth as you could have asked for. One down and away, 1-1. Again, things went absolutely according to plan for Case Western Reserve last week. They used Stilson and Oliver Miller in an 11-inning win in the first game of the series against Chicago. It was Griffith and Barnes in a win in the second game in the series. In Game 3, they used a couple extra pitchers. Cole Grove started, had a really strong outing before giving way to Jeff Radinsky and one other pitcher in that game, I believe Austin McGowan. And then the fourth game, it was Saunders to Stankowski. So again, really, if you're the Spartans there, 9 pitchers in 4 games, pretty good. Line drive, that went into center field for a base hit. And Barnes, again, has given up some pretty significant contact so far in this one. Has done singles into center. First and second now with 1 out on a 99-mile-an-hour line drive there from Dunn. And now Nate Pelota will be the batter with 1 away and 2 on. You know, this week, so far at least, looks like things are going to be a little different. Got a bit of a shorter outing out of Charlie Griffith. A little bit of a shorter outing out of Archer Stankowski, in part due to that rain delay in all likelihood. Now Zach Barnes in here trying to piece things together, but in some trouble with the cleanup hitter Pelota, who already has a 3-run homer today at the plate, with NYU leading 8-7. Fastball outside corner. Nice pitch there for a called strike, 1-1. And if you could work out on that corner today, there's been a little bit of latitude there by home plate umpire Dorsey Hager to call that a strike, as that's in the dirt, 2-1. Again, looking for Zach Barnes to try to settle things in his first inning of relief right now. Pelota at the plate, hitting at .324 on the year. Earlier in the day, connected on his 4th home run of the season. Swing and a miss when chasing one there, and it's 2-2. A low fastball there by Barnes had him fooled. You try to climb the ladder here if you're Barnes. About to throw his 20th pitch of the inning. Here's the 2-2. And threw that one in the dirt. Slider brings the count to 3-2. You could tell Zach is not feeling it out there right now. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So, big strikeout of Pelota, and that'll bring up a tough hitter in Costa Moclis. Moclis 0 for 3 in the game. Does have 8 home runs and 31 RBIs on the season, though. So a dangerous hitter here with 2 on and 2 away on a day where the ball has been traveling well. First pitch from Barnes. And that's in the dirt. Anderson does a nice job keeping it in front of him as the count goes to 1-0. A 1-0 pitch. Fastball chopped towards third. Carinci has it. He's going to have to hurry the throw to first, and it doesn't get there in time. Well, Carinci slow played it a little bit, and that cost him an opportunity to get that out.
Now batting number 27, Connor Ruggiero.
And so the inning continues on the single to third by Moclis. Bases are now loaded, and this is a big out here for Barnes to try to get with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Connor Ruggiero will be the batter, 1 for 3 in the game. And he hits that in the air towards the gap. Center field closing quickly as harms, but it drops in front of him. 1 run in to score. Here comes the second runner. It's done. He'll cross the plate. And Ruggiero, first pitch swinging, a 2 RBI single into right center. Moclis goes all the way to third, and NYU is back on top by 3. It's now 10-7. And now Matt Englander is going to come out. And let's see if we have a move right now. Didn't see anyone warming in the bullpen. Again, it's a 10-7 game. First of two scheduled for today, but boy, we are taking our time with this one. Runs across for NYU. It has been a struggle here for both pitching staffs in this one, but 4 runs across so far this inning. 2-run singles by Argenziano and Ruggiero. And now the 9th batter of the inning will be C.J. Francini, who's 2 for 3 in the game. Well, so Francini to the plate. The Spartans now down 3. First pitch. Fastball misses outside, and it's 1-0. And again, we are clearly not seeing Zach Barnes at his best so far in this one. He's allowed 4 runs here in the 6th. Runner goes. The pitch is taken. Throw goes down to second. Runner will go back. And staying at third, as the count goes to 1-1, staying at third is Mockless. Francini hitting at .320 on the season. Again, 2 hits for him today. Here's the 1-1. Low, and it's 2-1. Or do they call that a strike? Let's see. Yep, 2-1 the count. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Nope, throw down to first instead. Good job by Camphausen to field it cleanly. Well, credit to NYU. The Spartans have fought back in this game pretty consistently, but NYU has had an answer each time. And the Violets on top here by 3. Another one sails up high, and it's 3-1. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And on the outside corner, throw to the shortstop. It'll go as a stolen base for Ruggiero. Uncontested there. And it's now 3-2 on Francini, who could really extend this lead with a base hit. Three and two away. Here's the pitch. Line drive, center field. Harms coming in, dives, and he makes an unbelievable catch in center field to save 2 runs. Nick Harms has done it all today. And there, a fantastic play in center field for Harms to limit the damage. NYU strikes for 4 in the inning. It's now 10-7 Violets, but the Spartans will come to bat here looking to put a dent in that lead. 9-1-2 due up for Case Western Reserve. Arterburn, Harms, Anderson, and Harms due up when we return. Nate Arterburn set to lead things off here for the Spartans, who now trail 10-7 in the bottom of the sixth inning. It has been a back and forth game as Paul delivers a first pitch strike to Arterburn. And it's an 0-1 count on Nate, who is 0 for 2 in the day. A fly out to center and a ground out to short in his 2 trips to the plate. Facing Paul for the first time, he fouls that one back. And it's 0-2. See if Arterburn can get something started for the Spartans here with Anderson and Harms to follow. 10 runs, 13 hits, 2 errors for NYU in this one. Has that ball in the air, deep towards center, but the park will hold it. And making the catch is Blue Eyes for the out. 1 gone. So Arterburn retired for the 3rd time today. And now back to the top of the order for Jack Anderson, who's 2 for 3, including a game-tying RBI single in the 4th. Eventually coming around to score the go-ahead run with some pretty good base running, which is becoming a trademark for Anderson, who has been super aggressive on the base paths, much to the team's benefit this season. First pitch to Anderson, swung on, grounded over to second. Fielded on a hop, and the throw on to first by Franchini in time for the out. And Paul, a chance for a very quick inning here as Nick Harms comes to the plate with 2 away and the bases empty. Harms is 1 for 3 in the game, hit a hard ground ball his last time up for a base hit that brought across Anderson. Harms leads the team with 10 home runs this season, and on a day when the ball is traveling well, you certainly need to watch out for him. First pitch on the way to Harms. Fastball outside, 1-0. Paul up to 29 pitches now in relief. He's the pitcher of record for NYU currently. Harms line drive, turned on it a little too quickly though, and it goes foul, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Up high, 2-1. Harms hitting at 400 even for the season now. 8 doubles, 4 triples, 10 home runs. He's slugging at just about 800 on the year. Counted 2-1. Breaking ball there evens the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch on the way. Stays up high. Full count, 3-2. Tyler Stilson waiting out on deck. Hoping to get a shot here in the 6th. Payoff pitch on the way to Harms. And he wastes another one away. Count stays at 3-2. That ball in the air, deep towards left field, but should be playable, as making the catch on the run is the left fielder Ruggiero for the final out of the inning. And that does it. A 1-2-3 inning for the Spartans as the Case Western Reserve side retired in order for the first time today. We'll move along into the 7th inning. 10-7, NYU leading. It'll be Kelman, Barbette, and Blue Eyes, same 3 that led off the Violets' 4-run 6th when we return. 10-7 the score. Well, let's see if Zach Barnes can settle in here with the Spartans down 3. Could use a scoreless inning against the bottom of the order. Same batters that faced Barnes to start the previous inning when 4 came across. Again, an uncharacteristically tough outing so far, and it continues here as Kelman, who again is hitting under 200 for the season, gets hit by a 1-0 pitch. And the leadoff man on again for NYU. Now Dakota Barbette, 1 for 2 in the game with a pair of runs scored, will step to the plate. Barbette, a single in the second, a walk in the 6th. Kelman, 3 stolen bases on his many tries, and again, he has not been on base a ton this year, so certainly someone to watch out for. As the bunt, nicely down, third base, played well by Carinci as his throw across the diamond in time to get the out. Carinci was positioned well for that one. It'll go as a sacrifice bunt, 5-3 on the putout. Kelman to second on the play, and with 1 gone, a runner in scoring position for the leadoff hitter, Harrison Blue Weiss. Blue Weiss is 2 for 4 in the game, a single in the first, a 2-run homer in the second. He's also struck out and grounded out to first. Actually, I think that ground out to first was on a sac bunt, so he's 2 for 3 in the game. 2 RBIs, a run scored. Takes a called strike there, and it's an 0-1 count on Blue Weiss. Well, Barnes has got to find a way to limit the damage here. Outside corner for a strike, and it's now 0-2. Again, clearly not working with his best stuff today, so can Barnes gut his way through a couple innings here. Try to keep the team in the game. That one sprayed foul, and the count stays at 0-2. Barnes last season struggled against NYU. An inning and 2/3, gave up 6 runs on 7 hits in that game. So this is a team that's given him some trouble now. Fastball in the dirt, and the count goes to 1-2. Might have been a slider there in the dirt. It kind of looks like Barnes might be overthrowing that slider a bit. Might not be getting the same movement he normally gets on it because of that. 1-2. That one in the dirt. That time the fastball low, and it's 2-2 on Blue Weiss. Two on the way. Swing, and just getting a piece of it to stay alive. Again, a slider there down low. 82 on that slider. So again, for Barnes, he's been throwing the ball hard. That's not the issue. Just maybe not getting that normal shape to his pitch. Almost like I said, it looks like maybe he's throwing it a shade too hard right now. 2-2. Popped up foul and out of play. Count stays at 2-2. Former Spartan Jake Shields in the stands today. Good to see the former pitcher here in the crowd. And just inside, 87-mile-an-hour fastball brings the count full, 3-2. Jake pitched for the team, I believe, from 2012 through 2016, maybe 2013 through 17. And the breaking ball outside corner. Blue Weiss not happy with that, but maybe a shade outside, but that's been called a strike all day, and that'll be the second out of the inning. Certainly too close to take with 2 strikes, and now Nick Argenziano, who had the big hit his last time up, a go-ahead 2-run single off of Barnes last inning. Batting here for the second time today against Barnes. He's now 2 for 3 on the game with a solo home run, the 2 RBI single, and a walk. He scored 3 runs and gets ahead in the count 1-0. Popped up, foul and out of play. And the count goes to 1-1 on Argenziano. A 1-1 pitch. In the dirt, 2-1. Yeah, you could just tell Barnes just fighting himself out on the mound right now. I believe Anton Sabo. Is that Sabo? No. Hold on. We'll see who that is. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. That's Quinn Saunders who's up in the bullpen right now. So it'll be interesting to see if the Spartans go with Saunders, who has been their Game 4 starter the last few trips around the rotation. Fastball just missed. Thought he might have caught the knees there. Instead, it goes for ball 3, 3-2. So 3-2 count, 2 away. Runner at second will have to hold with first base open. The payoff pitch from Barnes. And another one low, ball 4. And the 2-out walk issued. And now first and second with 2 away for Cam Dunn. Dunn hitting at .345 on the season. 1 for 4 in the game. Reached on an error in the 5th, singled in the 6th. Also has reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run. Pitch taken down low by Dunn for a ball, and it's 1-0. Now, this might be the last batter of the game for Barnes, regardless of outcome here. He's about to throw his 50th pitch. And again, it has been a fight with him. Those have been high-effort pitches. That ball in the air, deep towards right. Going back is Smith. Still going back at the track. Makes the catch for the out. And that will end the inning. So NYU puts 2 on, but strands them both. And we'll go to the bottom of the 7th. It's a 3-run game, 10-7. Violets leading. Heart of the order for the Spartans. Stilson, Camphausen, and Alonso due up when we come back. Cooper Paul back out on the mound working with a 3-run lead. Heart of the Spartans orders. Stilson, Camphausen, and Alonso as Stilson takes that down low, ball 1. Stilson 1 for 3 in the game. Here's the 1-0 offering. And that ball hit in the air, deep towards left. Now charging in and making the catch in left field is Ruggiero for the out. Thought Stilson might have gotten a bit better contact on that than he ended up getting. And there's one away here in the 7th for Dane Camphausen, who has hit 3 absolute rockets so far today, including a solo home run his last time up. He also has a sac fly and a double, and each ball has been hit harder than the previous. Takes the first pitch fastball down and in 1-0. It has looked like the old Dane so far today. The 1-0 on the way, and he fouls that one back. Count goes to 1-1. And again, you could just tell Dane's got a little bit more of that lower body in his swing than he's had lately. It was all upper body and arms for him, and he can get the job done with that too, but just not quite the same player we're used to. Takes that down and in for a ball, 2-1. So to see Dane swinging it the way he has so far today, that is a real good sign if you're a Spartan fan. 2-1 on the way. Fastball down and in, 3-1. Spartans trying to get back in this one as NYU leading by 3 in the 7th. Inside, ball 4, and Camphausen draws the walk. So Dane will get down to first base on the walk. He's been on base 3 of his 4 trips to the plate so far today. And now Franco Alonso, who's 2 for 3 in the game with an RBI, will be the batter. Alonso tripled earlier in the contest. It'd be hard to triple with Camphausen running in front of Alonso. We'll see. Just trying to get some guys on here right now as Alonso takes that down low, 1-0. 8 outs for the Spartans to work with, trying to get 3 runs at least to tie this one up. Alonso cranks that foul, and the count evens 1-1. Fastball there, fouled back by Alonso. 85 miles an hour, right at the knees. As the count stays at 1-2 on, or goes to 1-2 on Franco. See if he can lock in on one after fouling off the last 2. Couple pitches to play with here if you're Paul. Just go back to that changeup. That one missed outside, a fastball, and it's 2-2. Jay Smith out on deck. And that's popped up, right field line, foul territory, and it'll get out of play. Count stays at 2-2. And these two teams slated to play 2 games today. Got to be careful. Again, you probably want to get that second game started no later than 4:30 or so, as that stays up high. 3-2. 3-2 on the way. Outside, ball 4. Camphausen running, slides into second. Well, I'm not sure it feels good when Dane is running out there, but I'm also not sure anyone has more fun running the bases than Dane Camphausen. Either way, he'll go to second. It's 2 on, 1 away. Doug Kimbler coming out, and let's see if that's it for Paul. And it will be. We'll make the call of the bullpen here. So pitching change for the Violets with 2 on, 1 away in a 3-run game. Potential game-tying run coming to the plate in the form of Jay Smith to face a new pitcher for the Violets when we return. So back-to-back walks from Paul have put 2 on with 1 away here in the 7th and brings the tying run to the plate, and a new pitcher on the mound for NYU will be Ansel Balmer, the junior righty out of Portland, Oregon, attended Jesuit High School. He's been one of the better arms out of the bullpen this season for the Violets, going 1-1 through 10 appearances with a 3.72 ERA and 9 2/3 innings. He struck out 12, walked just 5, and opponents hitting only .205 against him. Balmer pitched in 2 of the 4 games last year against the Spartans. Looked really good in the first game, pitched 2 innings, hit 2 batters, but other than that was flawless. Struck out 3, didn't allow a run. In the second game, pitched 2 innings, gave up a run on 2 hits with a pair of strikeouts. So we'll see here what he can do with his back up against the wall a little bit. 3-run lead to work with, but the Spartans are threatening here in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out and 2 on. And Jay Smith, a .300 hitter for the season, coming to the plate. He's 0 for 3 in the game today. First pitch to Smith. And swinging at the first pitch, fouls it back, 0-1. Let's see if Jay Smith can reach here and potentially drive a run in. Again, it's been a high-scoring game to start this series between NYU and Case Western Reserve. See if the Spartans have a few more runs in them here in this one. Camphausen, the lead runner at second. Alonso at third. And Camphausen will try for third. He slides, and he is safe. Well, again, Camphausen not running well, but will move up on the wild pitch there, barely, and now second and third with 1 away. And now a chance for Smith to make this a 1-run game with a base hit. 1-1 count on Smith at the plate. Drive a run here with a productive out as well. Hits that in the air down the first base side, foul, as he turned a little too soon on that one. Tried to turn around on an inside fastball, but pulled it. Now the 1-2 on the way to Smith. Balmer sets. And in the air, shallow center. Tagging from third is Camphausen. He will try to score on this. The throw goes to the shortstop, and pulling it to third is Alonso. It'll be a sacrifice fly for Smith. And a good job for everyone to move up. You're never quite sure with Camphausen if you want to test that or not. But a good job for the run to come across. It's now a 2-run game, 10-8 the score. And a big runner out there at third for Logan Andraco with 2 outs. And Draco struck out swinging in his last at-bat, but is 1 for 2 in the game with a triple and a walk. Dunn will play a few steps in at third with the lefty up is the first pitch to Andraco, down and in, ball 1. Well, that's a big runner to get there if you can. Try to cut into the lead. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Ground ball towards the hole, fielded on a hop, though, by the second baseman, Franchini, who throws to first to get the out, and that'll end the threat here. In the 7th, the Spartans add a run without the benefit of a hit on a sacrifice fly by Jay Smith, but will remain down 2 as we head into the 8th. It'll be Pelota, Mockless, and Ruggiero due up 4, 5, and 6 in the NYU order when we return. Nate Pelota takes the first pitch down low for a ball, and it's, Pilata takes the first pitch down low for a ball, and it's 1-0. Pelota, home run already. He's driven in 3 today. It was his first inning 3-run homer that got NYU on the board, and it's just been that kind of a day here as the count goes to 0-2 at the plate. First pitch was a strike. Thought it was a ball. Missed the signal from the home plate umpire. As the 0-2 on the way, it's inside and it hits him. And Zach Barnes, who is out there now for his 3rd inning of work, continues to struggle with his field today. And last thing you want to do ahead in the count 0-2 is hit the batter, especially in a 2-run game late. So man on with nobody out now. 3rd straight inning that NYU's gotten the leadoff man on, and it looks like we'll get a pinch runner over at first base. That's going to be Bobby Kunzler, who will check into the game as the pinch runner. Pardon me, Kinsler. So Kinsler in for Pelota is the pinch runner. Batter at the plate is Mockless, who is behind in the count 0-1. Barnes varying his time, try to hold the runner there. Finally throws over. Another throw down to first. Kinsler has stolen 3 bases this season. He's appearing in his 13th game of the season and appears to have been used primarily as a pinch runner. One is in the dirt, and it's a 1-1 count on Mockless. Kinsler this season has had just 1 at bat despite appearing in 12 games, but he scored 7 runs, and so that gives you a pretty good idea of how NYU has used him. And again, primarily it looks like as a pinch runner in situations such as this. That ball in the air, deep towards left, going back is Andreyko, looking up, and it is gone. Mockless hits his 9th of the season, and it gives NYU a 12-8 lead as the long ball continuing to be a massive weapon in this game for the Violets. It's their 4th home run of the game, each by a different player. And NYU now leads 12-8. Well, again, every time the Spartans have inched their way back into this game, NYU has had something to say about it. And another opportunity there. That one hit hard towards short, off the glove on a diving attempt by Arterburn, and into left for a base hit for Ruggiero. And there'll be a runner on with nobody out now for C.J. Franchini.
Now batting number 2, CJ Franchini.
Franchini 2 for 4 in the game. Tough batter to double up here. Taken down low, it's ball 1. Well, the good news if you're the Spartans is that, you've got the bottom of the order starting next inning. As that one bunted up in the air, foul, and it's 1-1. And Draco made the last out of the previous inning. But, again, you talk about the innings where the team has been the most successful, and it tends to be when Carinci and Arterburn get on to start an inning and get some guys on base for the top of the order. One bunted out in front of the plate. Anderson with it. He'll throw down to first to get the out. 2-3 on the putout. A sac bunt by Franchini. Moving up to second is Ruggiero. Spartans have certainly had their share of runs today, but NYU in this game has just been more effective at the plate so far. This will be the Catcher stepping up. Jack Kelman, who's had himself a nice day, 1 for 3. Hitting at 149 on the season now. That one in the dirt gets away. And moving up to third on a wild pitch is Ruggiero. So runner at third with one away now, and a chance for Kelman to drive him in without a base hit here. Two 0 on the way. In the air. Left field, fairly deep. Tagging at third will be Ruggiero. Catch is made by Andreyko. The throw comes in, and not in time. It'll be a sacrifice fly for Kelman, and that makes it a 13-8 lead for the Violets here in the 8th.
Now batting number 1, Dakota Barbette.
So the base is empty now for the 9-hitter Dakota Barbette. Barbette has been on base twice today, a single in the 2nd, a walk in the 6th. Takes the first pitch there. You see the count from the umpire. That one misses low. Not sure if it's 1-1 or 2-0. Chopper, foul down the third base side. And it's 1-2, so that first pitch was taken for a strike. So 1-2 now the count, and Barnes can get out of this inning with one more strike here. 1-2 on the way. Ground ball hit towards third, fielded on a hop by Carinci. Throw to first in time to get the out, and Carinci making the play there to end the 8th. But 2 more runs come across for NYU. The Spartans need to try to get 5 runs over the next 6 outs to try to at least extend the game. They'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up here in the 8th. Carinci, Arterburn, and Anderson when we come back. Aiden Dolinsky, the new pitcher on the mound for NYU, pitching to Zach Carinci, who fouls off the first pitch 0-1. Get you some information here on Dolinsky momentarily. The 0-1 on the way to Carinci is a called strike at the knees, 0-2. Breaking ball there. Looked like a slider spun in there for a strike. Dolinsky 0-1 with a 4.70 ERA this year. In the dirt, 2-2. Popped up to right field. And that'll retire Carinci for the first out of the eighth. Now on to Nate Arterburn. Ground ball through for a base hit. First pitch swinging for Arterburn. 12th hit of the game for the Spartans, and it puts a man on for Jack Anderson. Dolinsky this season, opponents hitting .259 against him. He struck out 16, walked 10 in 15 and a third. Delivers that one up high to Jack Anderson, and it's 1-0. Anderson 2 for 4 in the game with a run scored and an RBI. 1-0 on the way. And Anderson wastes that foul. It's 1-1. They'll warn the batter, they'll warn the pitcher, Dolinsky, that he didn't make eye contact with the hitter, Jack Anderson, before beginning his delivery. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball stays up and in, and it's 2-1. Dolinsky, a senior from New York, New York. 2-1 on the way. Misses outside, 3-1. A walk here would put 2 on for Nick Harms, who could make this a game again with 1 swing. That one grounded to third, could be 2, throw to second for 1, on to first, in time, double play turned very nicely by the infield. And that will end the 8th. So the Spartans will head into the final inning down 5, 13-8 the score. We'll be back in just a minute. A weird game so far for the Spartans between a rain delay, the pitching not up to its usual levels so far, and currently Case Western Reserve in a 13-8 hole will turn things over to Jeff Radinsky, the first year out of Port Washington, New York. Radinsky, number 12, 5'9", 155-pound lefty, attended Paul D. Schreiber High School on the season. Radinsky making his 8th appearance out of the bullpen. He's got a 7.88 ERA through 8 innings of work. He's given up just 5 hits and walked just 5, struck out 9. Opponents hitting only 185 against him, but it has run into some tough luck at times. We'll see if he could keep this at a 5-run game and give the Spartans a chance to potentially come back in the bottom of the inning. With Harms, Stilson, and Camphausen, 2, 3, and 4 set to lead things off in the Spartans order, but he's going to have to get through the top of the order here for NYU, starting with Blue Weiss, who takes a first pitch fastball down low, 1-0. Radinsky, who is not a particularly big guy, really generates some good velocity. That fastball at 87. Found the outside corner with an 86-mile-an-hour fastball there to bring the count to 1-1. Now the pitch on the way from Radinsky, the 2-1. Swung on and missed at 2-2. Two on the way. Fouled back again by Blue Weiss, and the count stays at 2-2. Breaking ball up high. Slider there, misses for ball 3. Full count 3-2 on Blue Eyes. First batter of the day for Radinsky. Foul back again. Count stays at 3-2. Well, the Spartans are going to have their work cut out for them in the bottom of the inning. Certainly, we've seen this team over the last 2 years overcome some pretty daunting deficits. But if you're Radinsky here, just have to try to keep it right at that 5-run difference. Give your team the best shot here. We'll keep an eye, meanwhile, on the Emory-Chicago baseball game. Chicago currently leading in that one. 1-0 early on. It's the top of the third there. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. The Spartans in the conference standings now are in good shape. Even if they were to lose this game, they would still be in first place, at least through 13 conference games, as Nick Argenziano steps to the plate. A couple big hits for him so far today. The Spartans would be in first regardless. They would be tied after this game, potentially. Called strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Now the 0-1 offering. Fastball, another one on the outside corner, 87 there from Radinsky, and the count's 0-2. Maybe a bit outside, but that's been called a strike all day. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another good fastball. That one A little outside. He got Argenziano swinging for strike 3, and there's 2 gone. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the 9th for Radinsky. So Radinsky looking for a quick 9th inning. Standing in his way is Cam Dunn, the right-handed hitting third baseman. Dunn 1 for 5 in the game with a pair of runs scored. Ground ball hit hard down the third base side, but foul. 0-1 the count. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Radinsky looking sharp so far. Here's the 0-2. Stays up high, 1-2. The 1-2. And on the outside corner with the fastball, nicely framed by Anderson. And that will end the 9th as the top of the 9th as Radinsky strikes out the side in an impressive relief outing and move us into the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for the Spartans who trail by 5 in the first game of 2 today. It'll be Harms, Stilson, and Camphausen due up when we come back. Dolinsky back out. He'll start things off here against Harms. First pitch stays up high, and it's 1-0. One and one now on Harms as he fouls that one back. The Spartans need 5 to tie, 6 to win here in the 9th. New third baseman for NYU. Looks like that's number 15, Sam Mosman. Taking over for Dunn. Two and one the count now on Harms. Inside, 3-1. And a big swing and a miss at the 3-1 pitch. 3-2. Up high, ball 4. So Harms leads the inning off with a walk. Spartans need a little more than that, but certainly a good start. Meeting on the mound. Harms is a threat to steal a base. It'll be interesting to see if NYU holds him on here. They certainly don't have to with a 5-run lead in the 9th. It's the pitching coach out there. Wonder if they're trying to buy some time for the bullpen here in case Delinsky runs into some trouble. Although Delinsky does lead the team with a pair of saves this year, so I would imagine ideally NYU would have Delinsky finish this game out. Tyler Stilson will be the batter, hitting at .341 on the season. 1 for 4 today with a base hit and a run scored in the first. First pitch swinging high in the air, but playable in left. Ruggiero there puts it away for the first out of the 9th. So Stilson retired, and now Dane Camphausen will be the batter. Dane's been on base all 4 of his trips to the plate today. Oh, pardon me, 3 of his 4. He's 2 for 2 with a home run, a double, a walk, and a sac fly. The 3 times he's made contact at the plate, it's all been hard so far today. He is starting to look locked in again. First pitch to Camphausen. And it's swung on, missed. It goes off the catcher's glove and all the way to the backstop, and Harms will move up to second on a pass ball. I don't think you're super concerned about that right now. If you're NYU, you'd gladly trade a swinging strike for a runner advancing. The 0-1 to Camphausen. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Chopper, third base side, foul ball. Camphausen staying alive. Well, always talk about Dane. When he's going well, he has tremendous power to right center field. And that's where his home run went to, just to the left side of the scoreboard here at Nobby's Ballpark. That is a long shot. Hits that one hard and up the middle for a base hit. Harms will round the corner at third. He'll come in to score. An RBI single for Camphausen, who gets his 3rd hit of the day. 107 off the bat. All 3 of his hits today have been over 100 miles an hour. He also had a 105-mile-an-hour sac fly. Let's see if the Spartans choose to pinch run here. They won't. That'll go as an unearned run for now, by the way. That could potentially change. As Franco Alonso, the batter. First pitch fastball, first strike. It's 0-1. 92 with the fastball there from Delinsky. The 0-1. Breaking ball in there for a called strike 2. 0-2 now on Alonso. Once again, Delinsky ahead of the batter. Oh, 2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 82-mile-an-hour slider that stayed up in the zone, and Alonso went chasing for the second out. And now NYU, an out away from winning this one. Jay Smith trying to keep the inning going. Jay 0 for 3 in the game. A sacrifice fly his last time up. First pitch fastball down and in, and it's 1-0. Well, Spartans will have to work a little magic here if they want to try to get that run in, or 4 more runs in, frankly. Well, that's a good start. Base hit into right field. Camphausen to second on the single by Jay Smith. And now Logan Andreyko will be the batter. Logan 1 for 3 in the game, 2 runs scored, has also drawn a walk. His one hit was a triple. Again, just trying to keep the line moving right now. First pitch to Andreyko. Down and in, ball 1, 1-0. Should Andreyko reach, Zach Carinci would be the potential game-tying run out on deck. Mason Nemec has picked up a bat as that ball sent in the air, deep towards center, but in front of the warning track. Blue Weiss there, puts it away for the out. And that will do it. NYU deals the first blow in this 4-game series in the first game of a doubleheader, winning 13-9 over the Spartans here in game 1 of the day. NYU now 18-12 on the season. Case Western Reserve drops to 20-11. In UAA play, the Spartans, who will remain in first place in the conference, drop to 9-4, while NYU improves to 6-7. The winning pitcher today is Cooper Paul. Paul will improve on the season to 3-1. No save in this one. The losing pitcher is Zach Barnes. Barnes on the season will fall to 3-2. The game lasted 3 hours and 44 minutes. That included a 15-minute rain delay that certainly had an impact on this one. Want to thank everyone once again for joining us. Game 2 should begin in approximately half an hour. They'll be in a bit of a rush to get that one started soon to make sure they could get it in before it gets dark outside. So we'll be back with you shortly. Again, final score here, 13-9, NYU with the win. We'll see you in a little bit. Take care, everybody.